Check. I had it and I lost it. There we go. Fire Emblem. Engage. Let me move my mic down. That might help. Forgot that I moved it up there because I was eating. Did not want to get my headset fooded.
Fire Emblem! Engage!
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, I think we can ignore the exercise. Early game makes more sense. Late, right now, does not make any sense.
Think so.
Okay, I did all my training. So we're going to try and get through the end today. How well is that going to work? Is it going to work out? No idea. And then if we get to the credits or a reset point, we'll check on a few other things, but for the most part,
Make it nice and shiny. It's good to be... Thank you. The ring looks amazing.
I hope you'll clean it well. Ah, that looks so much better. Thank you.
we'll talk about all these little things later. There have been some discussion already because people have like blitzed
Handle
through the
that
game
gently.
or had plenty of time to like do that.
Thank you. Now I can stand by you with pride.
A
I
good
have it
cleaning is in
myself.
order. Sparkling clean.
But-
Bravo.
We will discuss it. And there's some points I have to
I
agree
want to
on.
see it sparkle. I'll ask for help again if the ring needs cleaning.
But
Please clean it up. Thanks again. See you next time.
a lot of these
I look
things
forward to the finished product.
in the Somniel really could have
Your
been
diligence
resolved
paid off.
in a better way.
Cleaning the ring? Good. Good work. I'll ask for your help again.
Now, I don't know how their development was put together or who they were designing it for,
Be thorough now.
because Fire Emblem, unless you're playing on
It looks
easy
good as
and
new.
playing with
Thank you.
the New Age rules, is not an easy game by its nature.
Let's
I
clean
am
this up.
playing on classic mode, and I did start on a harder
It looks
difficulty and got
beautiful.
through most of the game on a harder difficulty. I'm not saying I didn't.
How did this ring get so dirty?
But, with that being said,
It's extremely clean now.
Thank you.
to get the maximum amount of
That should help. Where
money,
does the- It
experience,
looks brilliant.
upgrades, all that sort of stuff in this game, you are forced to go to the Somniel. And I would argue that even when you are playing on an easier difficulty, you still are forced to go to the Somniel. And not that I have anything specific against the hub itself existing, but there's a lot of things that I don't see the point to. So, we'll discuss them later. And we aren't doing exercises anymore. I was thinking about it, and even the temporary +2 for whatever stat, if I do it on normal, isn't worth it. The extreme for +3 really isn't worth it. And again, normal being +2, I have no problem with. But I would say if you're doing extreme, it should be plus a higher value. Also, something I learned recently, I killed off a recruitable character. Didn't even think about it. You can access the battle or final battle with Fell Dragon Sombron from the second floor balcony of the Somniel's Cafe Terrace. What? From the Somniel? Well, this just adds another element. But a lot of players are saying pretty much the same thing that I was already saying before, where nobody's really doing skirmishes and it's not really worth it, which is not a good look. Especially since I started off doing skirmishes thinking they'd be like training areas or something like that for lesser areas. Rankings for what?
The final battle is upon us. When you are ready, we will move the Somniel itself to the portal. Once we face the Fell Dragon, there may be no turning back. Are you ready of mind and equipped for what's ahead?
The Somniel is ascending. We should reach Sombron soon. Let's win this battle and then return home together.
Back to the Somniel. Oh, wait.
Yes, of course.
Marth? What's happening to you?
I can't hide this any longer, can I?
Hide what?
There's something I should tell you before we arrive. The portal has destabilized our world. I lack physical form, as do the other emblems. We may not be able to hold ourselves together.
I had no idea. I wish I had realized. But if the portal is doing this, then it's only temporary, right? After we close it, you and the other emblems will recover.
The moment the portal closes, there will be a great distortion. We will not be able to withstand it.
What are you saying?
When the battle is done and the portal closed, all emblems aside from you will cease to be.
You mean if we defeat Sombra, if we close the portal, we'll lose you and the other emblems?
Yes.
We've been together this whole time, and now you're just going to disappear? Please, Marth. I don't want to lose you and the others. We need you.
Leaving the portal open would doom this world. Would you prefer that?
No, but...
We emblems came into existence in order to aid this realm. We would do anything to protect the people of Helios, even if it means our end.
So our promise to rebuild Helios together, our plan to see the world, none of that is possible.
I'm so sorry.
There's no need to apologize. I've asked so much of you. Too much. But when I thought about a future with you by my side, I felt truly happy.
There is a promise I can still keep. In Lethos, the day you awoke, what did I say when you summoned me? Your ally, until the very end.
I remember.
I will never break that promise. Until this war's end. Until my own. I will stay by your side.
You're so kind, Marth. You've always been so kind.
You are too. That's why we've made it this far. More than your strength. It's your care for others that has brought us all here.
Thank you.
Now prepare yourself. We'll arrive at the portal soon.
I'm ready.
Not that he actually kept that
So-
promise, but
This is the portal to other worlds.
that's nuance.
It's beautiful, but very cold.
You two, here.
Sombron.
Papa,
I did not expect you to survive, let alone reach me here.
We've come to stop you from destroying Helios.
I am done with your worthless world. Return to it and shut the portal. Live in peace there. You stay in your world. I now leave for other ones. That should satisfy us both.
You're going to return and attack Helios again. We'll never believe you wouldn't. And you've caused too much suffering, too much loss to run free. We will defeat you right now and prevent you from invading any other worlds.
Invading other worlds. You think my desire is so simple?
Am I wrong?
Invasion is merely a means to an end. What I seek is a reunion. A reunion with Zero Emblem.
Who?
Zero Emblem?
I've not heard word of this before.
Of course not. That emblem is not of your world. Nor am I.
What do you mean?
Beyond this portal lie infinite worlds. One of them was my home. It had its own emblem rings, and a war arose to control them. My kind lost. The enemy used the ring's power to slaughter my relatives. All of them. I was very young. Our enemies granted me alone the mercy of exile.
You mean they sent you to Helios?
A peaceful world, ruled by godlike dragons. I was meant to live a quiet life there. But I brought something with me, unknown to them. A single emblem ring.
Zero Emblem.
In my world, known as the Emblem of Foundations. With my power, unable to speak, legends said this emblem fought without aid. So much ambition, and no allies. That story showed me the way forward in my complete isolation. I was trapped in this world, without friends or family. Only that emblem gave me comfort.
Whoever it was must have been mighty indeed. An emblem should not be able to survive traveling from one world to another, to stay in form in a new world, even for moments. I've never heard of such power.
Now you want a reunion. So that emblem is gone.
Exactly. And all because of villagers that found me a few years after I arrived. They mistook me for an abandoned child. They pitied me. My first connection in your world. Soon after, the emblem deserted me, leaving only the ring behind. And why? For bonding with the people of this world. I despaired, and then I reduced their village to ash. I swore to forego all bonds in pursuit of my ambitions, as my emblem had. I fought alone, confided in none, preparing to return to my world, to exact revenge. I needed pawns for my plan, and territory. I spent years amassing it all. Then I attacked.
So the war 1,000 years ago. That's what it was about.
But Papa, you weren't alone in this world. Mama loved you deeply. Your believers, your attendants, my siblings, Sephia, Gris, Marnie, Mavir, my sister and me. Everything we did was for you.
As I said, pawns. Acting on my command and mine alone. Meant to be used and discarded. Deaths which mean nothing.
That's why you killed them all. But what about us? You wanted us to die?
Yes.
You were no different to me.
How horrible.
You can't be right about your emblem. You weren't left behind.
What?
A solitary warrior like that emblem would know how hard it is to be alone. And would stay by your side, sparing you that loneliness in exile. Until you weren't alone. And had new people in your life. Until you were okay. Don't you think more than anyone, a true friend like that wanted you to have those connections?
You know nothing. Nothing at all about my emblem.
That's true. But if your emblem disappeared without a word, then you don't either. No one does.
All the more reason to be reunited. I will scour world after world.
Sombron, the emblem of foundations is no more. You can search and search, but there's no point. You might meet the original hero. But emblems are not the same beings. We are not them. You will never be reunited with your emblem. Ever again.
Be silent.
I can only imagine how much resentment you feel. But to sacrifice so many others, to be so selfish you destroy the world. Kill your own children. It's all just so wrong.
I said be silent. You are speaking of things you do not understand. If not for my emblem, I would have died powerless, small. That emblem had the strength to stand alone. Unlike you, huddled together, whining like dogs. Such a warrior showed me the meaning of all existence. fight alone. Take revenge.
You're wrong. That's impossible. No emblem wants to see a world destroyed. We aid people through our bonds with the divine dragons. We are a force for good. We would never choose to let our power be exploited for evil.
Enough of this nonsense.
Convenient word
I
choice.
won't let you stop me or sway my intentions. I have striven for this for thousands of years. If you intend to stand in my way, you will die.
This is it. Prepare for battle, everyone.
I don't know who the hell chose the music choice, but that's kind of wild. Oh. You've got the obscurity too. This is... It's a little too convenient. This map is super tiny. All right. Fight.
You dare turn your blade on me. You dare interfere with that which I have sought for so long. Such fatal hubris. You will pay for that accordingly. Witness how fragile your bonds really are.
What's happening to them?
I am sealing off the portal back to your world. It's what I should have done the moment you arrived here. I fear your Emblem allies are too weak. They will be lost in the distortion between dimensions forevermore.
This cannot be the end. If we must part, remember all that we have done.
Mars!
The emblems are...
I knew I'd have to say goodbye someday. But I thought there was time.
So much for your precious emblems. In a matter of moments, the portal will be shut for good. Take comfort, for I shall inflict no further harm upon your world. Though you will die here as I have lived, in anguish, far from home.
We can never go home? I've been ready to die from the start. Brodia, my land, I pray you endure.
It seems Elusia will never truly know me.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Worry not. I have no desire to prolong your suffering. When I am finished, not one trace of me in your world shall remain, as though I was never there at all.
I'll stop you.
Is that so?
That
Our
is
fight
so.
isn't over. The portal's open. I can do this. If I give it my all, I can summon the emblems back to me. Look at how far we've come. Will you fight him at my side? Your faith in me gives me strength.
Yes, sister. I'm with you.
Vale!
I'll be with you every step of the way. I can't summon emblems, and I can't turn into a dragon. But I'm a royal dragon all the same. There's gotta be something I can do to help.
Yeah.
We'll all be right there with you. You've done so much for each and every one of us. So this time, we're returning the favor.
The Young Royals.
There's a 100% discount on Lady Anna's aid services today. One-time offer, no refunds.
Aw, yeah, bring it on. This is it, the final battle. Let us go forth and annihilate the enemy.
It's the moment of truth. As one of the 33rd stewards of the dragon, I've gotta help.
You have always been my source of strength. Allow my faith, just this once, to be yours.
My victory drawing won't be complete without the emblems, Divine One. Bring them back to us.
I want us all to make it home alive. Be strong, Divine One. I believe in you.
I could impersonate the emblems, but you know, it wouldn't be the same. So let's get them back.
Divine One, this is for Father, and all the soldiers who have fallen along the way.
No getting discouraged now. Heads held high. We believe in you, and we will win. Easy.
Whatever faith remains in this heart, I give to you.
As your sister and fellow dragon, I'll do whatever it takes to help you stop Papa.
This is the part of the tale where we fall to the dark or rise to the light. Let's reach for the light.
You can do this. Since the day you woke up, I always knew you'd save the world.
Imbeciles. Your scrambling is both futile and pitiful.
We haven't even fought yet.
I need you all. One last time. Once more. Let us engage! Shine on, Emblem of Beginning! March! Care for us, Emblem of Echoes! Celica! Provide for us, Emblem of the Holy War! Sigurd! Free us, Emblem of Genealogy! Leaf! Rise up, Emblem of Binding! Roy! Sweep across, Emblem of Blazing! Lynn! Restore calm, Emblem of the Sacred! Erica! Fight on, Emblem of Radiance! Ike! Heal us, Emblem of Dawn! Micaiah! Reignite us, Emblem of Awakening! Lucina! Bare your fangs, Emblem of Fate! Corin! Teach us, Emblem of the Academy! Violet! And of course, the final emblem. Connect us! Fire Emblem!
What?
We 13 emblems stand against you with our allies. The future may divide us once more. But here and now, we fight with one heart. This fight, this moment in time, is all that matters.
What nonsense. You are the flicker of an ember, a dying light. You're nothing. The deeper your bonds, the greater your pain when those bonds crumble to dust. Why invite that inevitable pain upon yourself? Why allow such weakness to exist? Give up and perish, foolish chattel of mine.
Yes, you see me as a child, foolish and weak. And maybe you're right. Maybe that's all I am. But I am not alone. And we're stronger when we stand together. The breaking of bonds can hurt. But when the bond is reforged, it comes back as strong as ever, or stronger. And it brings an even greater hope. If people are willing to work for it, any bond can be brought back to life. And that's what I'll do. Every single time, for however long it takes. You won't leave this place, because we're going to stop you. Get ready, Sabron! This ends now!
Fair enough. Simple, clear, clean.
I smell gold.
Let's get crazy. Anna, by all means, clear out the crew. She's gonna destroy everyone here. Like, just straight up. Just keep that in mind. She's just gonna kill everybody here. Actually pretty strong. That's fine. They're pretty tough buggers, but that's alright.
Emblem, engage.
Come and get it!
A good wind.
Good.
I can fight.
That is kind of a stupid idea, but I don't know. I like stupid ideas.
Emblem, engage.
With elegance. Emblem, engage! I will not watch another
Oh,
life
they've
be
all got
taken.
legendary weapons. Oh, that's kind of cool.
The divine dragon looked right at me. Here I go! Not about to stop here.
Yeah, I got that. That's fine.
Understood. Emblem engage.
You're done for.
Gods, please protect us.
Actually, this is fine.
How cute am I? Emblem, engage!
Sounds perfect.
Emblem, engage!
Ready for anything. Emblem, engage!
I won't lose. Emblem, engage!
Don't worry.
Whatever you say.
Let's go! Quick change!
Nice.
Whatever you ask.
Emblem, engage!
You fought so hard, traveled so far, merely to die?
Yeah, try to kill me with a 6. Fucking dingus. Merely to die does 12 damage.
Damn!
Don't stand in my way.
That's kind of hilarious how much damage that did.
I can do more.
Get rid of Nova, dude.
If I may.
No one desires war.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
May we all be protected.
A little bit overkill, but that's fine. I'm holding off on that because I want to do something else.
From me to you! 1,000 curses upon our enemy.
Not quite. Okay.
First one free!
It's over.
That was a fierce battle.
I fight for my friends.
I'm not a child anymore!
What I want to do is box him in. We'll hold off on all for one for right now. Oh, good lord, man. You get your ass kicked.
You are pathetic. As if spurning me to be a divine dragon was not enough. Patricide. Unforgivable.
Like killing your own children wasn't bad.
You killed your own children. Tried to destroy the world. For your selfish desires. You're the one who is beyond forgiveness.
I said your world meant nothing to me. Its people, my children. You. Once I leave, I will forget you. Even if we met again, I would not recall your face.
In other words, you'll make the same mistakes as before. So which of us is pathetic?
My prayers are with you.
I live to fight again.
You will not stop me.
One free!
Not forget.
But wait, there's more.
Papa,
Oh, the defect. I thought myself rid of you, yet here you are. You laugh.
you're angry because I persisted and survived. It almost feels like praise. We never spent time together as father and daughter like I wanted. But I'm glad I didn't give up. I made it. Because now, I can be the one who defeats you.
You are a malicious child. I would expect no less from my own.
I hope you're watching, Mama. I'm going to stop him. Just like you told me.
You're done for.
On the house!
How foolish. This is not over.
Good level up.
Out of my way, you worms!
By all means, turn into a dragon. Make my life easier. Cute, really. Aww.
Sombron called reinforcements. But what are they?
You thought I sat idly, waiting for you to arrive. I could not bring back my emblem, but I summoned others of equal power. Dark emblems, who once plunged their worlds into despair.
Dark emblems?
That presence. So familiar. Yes. These are the foes we fought in our original forms. Perhaps we should match each emblem to their own enemy. But I can't sense who is who. We should move closer, with caution.
A barrier made by the Dark Emblems that reduces damage to Fel Sombron. Defeat Dark Emblems to weaken the barrier. Dark Emblems are powerful foes, but they are susceptible to attacks from units synced or engaged with an emblem from their world. In other words, I have to figure out who is who. Is this Ike's? It can't be.
Grant me strength and victory!
This item is not for sale!
I'll help! Let's get brawling!
Get out of here. Shadow Dragon.
Where are we headed? cuteness combined.
Grant me strength.
Stand down or perish!
Well, you can actually do a decent amount of damage here. Hang on. Let's say hypothetically. Okay. I'm thinking about the future here. Alright. Engage.
Emblem, engage!
Nosferatu. Actually, Thani. Yeah. We don't need Nosferatu. We can heal each other. I can get to the middle there.
With a true heart, engage! One strike will decide it all.
Nice.
Emblem, engage!
Yeah, let's keep it less risky.
My apologies. Here I go! Allow your soul the rest it deserves.
Alright.
Help me, Emblem!
Let the lesson begin.
I don't think there's anything they can do damage-wise that can actually kill me. Yunaka with Nosferatu is going to be insane.
There is nothing to fear.
What's the plan?
Loathsome. I won't fall here.
Hits at 24%. But it's just a double, so it's fine. Can't do enough damage. So, for anybody who's familiar with my old playstyle or my old playthroughs, this is what a mage tank is. It's basically put Nosferatu on your highest mage. Doesn't matter how many hits they take, if they heal it off, they're doing way more damage than anything could possibly do to them. They're just healing it off. Oh yeah? Well, what if I did this with the bow? That's better.
Our bonds give me strength. It's just like my fairy tales.
Damn it. I guess that's fine. I can heal it off if I need to.
If I may.
A crit would be nice, though. Nah. Yeah, that's the unfortunate news. Later, mage.
The true battle is yet to come.
Allow me.
Why do we repeat our mistakes?
You're done for.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A good wind.
There's nothing those units can do that I think would be even a bother.
May we all be protected.
Resistance? Alright. You have a lance, okay. Oh, right, he's got bigger range because he's got Byleth. Later.
Should I have held back?
Why not? And this is the problem with the AI. They're thinking damage numbers rather than actually, like, affecting the crew, so... They're gonna go after Yunaka, but Yunaka's just gonna heal it all off, so... Doesn't even matter.
Hope is on our side.
Also, Mavier being a great knight with huge resistance is wild. Can't even damage him. Poor bastards. I can't even touch him. I'll just stay right there.
Watch this! Be gone!
Thousand curses upon our enemy.
Just no damage at all. Yeah, it was worth a shot to look.
I will not watch another life be taken.
Berserker. What stats are growing? Health and strength. Okay, perfect. Just how we want it.
You won't suffer long. Stay focused.
Yeah, heal that guy. I'm sure it'll go well. It won't. It's like, aha, I've got you trapped. No, no, no. You're trapped here with me.
I will win! It's time! My turn.
Only power holds meaning. Only strength holds.
The shield is gone. Now's our chance.
Man, that's crazy how much damage that does. Let's do it.
If this is war, so be it.
Fine by me.
Our bonds give me strength.
Really, it only does that much damage? What about the bow? Or the lance? Really, that's wild. Well, we can hope for a crit. Let's go.
Allow me.
Did not get the crit. That's okay. Yeah, go for it. If it gets worse, I'll just use Yunaka and heal everybody.
Come and get it! Not done yet. From me to you! Me too! Should I have held back?
No problem. Gods, please protect us.
This will be fine.
Come and get it! You're ornery. Stop it!
Emblem Eternal!
Sleep now.
Engage blast! I am guided by the emblems.
Alright, we put Yunaka over here.
I have no choice.
Yeah, everybody's fine. I mean, that's cute, but he's not going to be able to get that off. Sorry to say. Later, Sombron.
With the Divine Dragon!
Engage blast!
It was just that easy.
Then I will be denied my reunion.
We've won, Sombron.
Now I will never return home. Perhaps that is just as well. I am tired. Tired of searching in every shadow.
For the Emblem of Foundations?
I would look in sunless woods, gloomy caves, the shade of a dead tree. In such places, I felt my emblem again. Now, that is all over.
You chose to be alone, yet continued to look for this emblem. Why?
Perhaps I wanted someone to appreciate how far I had come, all on my own. Someone to see me, who I am. After millennia of being cast away.
I could have been that person. Or Vale. Or our siblings. Why didn't you let us? Why choose to start these wars?
Ugh. I need no connections. Not in your world.
Even at the end, you don't want to be a father to us. Very well. You'll only be the Fell Dragon. An evil that we slayed. That's how we'll remember you.
Do as you please. I have been alone for all this time. Why should my death be different? I do not need mercy or pity. I will fade in this place, apart from the one I yearn to see.
Do you remember the invocation?
What?
The invocation for the Emblem of Foundations.
I have tried. Again and again, I said the words. It was no use.
Still,
They were.
it couldn't hurt to try. One last time.
All right. Burn. Burn us, Emblem of Foundations. Oh, this light. Oh, at last we meet again.
Papa? I don't see anyone.
I don't either. It must be someone only he can see. An old friend. The one person he truly let in.
You and I. Let us be on our way. Once more. Engage.
Papa.
He's gone. And the ring for the Emblem of Foundations. That's gone with him. Our fight is over. Let's go home. It's time to shut this portal once and for all.
I was kind of curious about what Emblem Zero might even be. The fact that it was just like not a thing was like, alright.
The portal is closing. Once it's shut, the war ends. And balance returns to the world.
We did it.
Oh, it's really time to say goodbye.
This was a wonderful journey. Thank you for letting us share it with you.
No. Thank you, Marth. I'm so sad to see you go. But it's time to stand tall and say goodbye. Thank you for keeping your promise. You really were my ally. My friend. Through it all, I just hope I'll be strong enough for whatever lies ahead.
You will be. You're already much stronger than 1,000 years ago. Or the day you awakened. I know you'll carry on the Emblem's legacy. And your mother's. We will not be here to help you anymore. Now, it's your turn to help others. As the Divine Dragon, and as an Emblem.
I will.
You're not doing this alone. We'll be there to support you, sister.
We can't replace Marth and the others, but we'll do what we can.
Yes. Please, don't worry. It's no good. Here come the tears.
I wish we didn't have to lose you.
We were just getting to know you, and now... goodbye forever?
Please do not cry.
But...
This world's burdens are yours to shoulder. Meet them proudly. You should not always hold back tears. But please, for now, try to.
I agree. I'd like for us to part with smiles on our faces. That's how I want us to remember each other. In joy, not sorrow.
Me too.
It seems this is goodbye. But we'll never bid farewell to what we learned together.
I'll miss you, but I know you'll choose the right paths to walk.
We'll always be together in spirit, no matter the distance. Build a bright future.
Don't worry. I can see that your lives will be filled with hope and happiness.
Go out
My
and create
boy.
a better world. I know you can. I know you will.
Not Ike. Anybody but Ike.
I will be praying for you. Praying that your world is filled with kindness and laughter. Wherever you go, may the blessings of Mother Earth and Father Sky follow.
I'm glad to have known you. I hope you make an Arcadia of this land.
Later, Roy. Roy, my boy.
If your nations band together, there is no hardship you cannot overcome.
Leaf is OP as fuck. Like, in this game, OP as fuck.
Know love as well as grief. Honor your bonds. Carry the light, and nothing will be impossible.
Lead with compassion, Divine One, and may your happiness be eternal.
This is the moment.
So it is.
Thank you. You are a member of our family. The emblem who connects us all. If ever we cross paths again. No. When we cross paths again, I hope that you will remember us. We who existed together for this time. The 13 emblems.
Of course I'll remember you. Everything about you. And all the times we shared. Even when we're apart, we'll always be connected. Thank you for standing with me until the very end. Goodbye, emblems. My family, you gave me courage, strength, and inspiration. I will follow your example, always. I promise. Let's go back home, everyone. Back to Elios.
Whew. Let's look at our list of MVPs. A lot of Alir is going to be here, but that's fine. Main character and question mark. Main character and Marth. Chapter 2. Clan. Shocking, I know. Etier took Chapter 3. Celine with Celica in Chapter 4. Alir again, Chapter 5. Celine in the Paralogue, which is fine. Chapter 6 being Alir again. Another Paralogue being Alir again. Also, keep notice of the turns and the times, because that's going to go exponentially as time goes on. Dark Emblem, Alir and Sigurd. That's when I maxed her out with Marth at the time, which was 10. Sigurd was one of her best matchups. Just getting her across the board and kicking some ass. So, Alir, because, again, getting across the map, really good. Yunaka! She is really fucking good in this game. Ah, Ivy and Lynn. That's when we first got Ivy, is that Paralogue after Chapter 11. Ivy's going to take quite a few chapters here as well. Yeah, so Ivy. Yeah, that's speed bonus. Anna taking on the Instructor chapter. Radiant Hero again being Alir. Annette taking Chapter 15, surprisingly. That's when I started making her a main, too. Paralogue, Crux of Fate. Anna. Seashore Travels. Again, anything with an ocean or anything I can fly over, probably going to be Ivy. Azure Twins was Tamara. Serenity, again, back to Alir. Ivy and Lynn for the Holy Knight. Sage Lord going back to Alir. Again, Alir in a strong lead. Ivy is close behind. Panette also taking a number of chapters. Which is shocking, considering, like, Panette didn't really get good until way later, but, like, I used her a lot. There we go. Anna taking the Young Lion chapter. Anna taking chapter 20. Rosado and Erica taking that paralogue. Again, back to Ivy. Felon Divine, Ivy. Okay, I think Ivy's starting to take the lead now. Just based on my count in my head. Anna takes the Hero King, which was the last paralogue that involved an emblem. The connector, I believe, was the wedding ring that Alir gets near the end of the game. Mavier took over Sigurd at that time because I got Marth back. Clan with Celica in chapter 24. Anna and Leaf in chapter 25, the final guardian. The last engage, Panette and Lucina. Surprised by that one. Would not have expected Panette taking that chapter. Alir became the new divine dragon monarch. Her bonds with the rulers of each nation resulted in a lasting peace. Ivy took the throne as queen and worked with the divine dragon monarch to restore Elusia. She showed her devotion to her faith by fostering her homeland. Yep. Let's see. After the divine dragon monarch took the throne, Vander ceded his role as a steward, choosing to live as a knight in the Somniel. The new monarch and her friends visited Vander often. He would always meet in the group with a smile. He took on a great journey, remembering the journey. Yep. Great journey, remembering the journey. Clan succeeded Vander as the steward. As he grew older, his level-headed demeanor was likened to Vander's own. He was so revered and dying dragon monarch that with the time he was 34th generation stewards, he tested candidates of their love for Alir. Fram served as a steward, maturing into protective force. Every bit as calm and attentive as Vander. Her zeal for the divine dragon monarch never waned. It came time to choose the next steward. She held cheering contests for all the candidates. As King of Firene, Alfred forged a new non-aggression pact with Lythos and the other countries, ensuring a long period of peace. Records reveal Alfred's reign was brief, as he died early an early death. However, he was loved by his people, and there is no doubt his life was full of joy. He died early? That's crazy. Besides serving Firene with her own strength, Etier bulked up his soldiers and regimented for weight training and muscle stimulants. Some said it was at odds with the nation's pacifist ethos, but with their celebration in her hometown, where today orange flowers are grown in her honor. Good. Etier is great. Boucheron worked for many years to restore Firene. Upon seeing Fireport fully restored, his tears of joy traveled so between the castle and Fiora in honor of his kind and dedication. The road connecting them was called Boucheron's Passage. Celine dedicated her life to the kingdom of Firene. This sometimes meant taking the unpopular position of punishing those who disturbed order. Her favorite tea became known as the Tea of Blessings of Firene. Legend had it that those who drank the tea would find joy. Louis retired as a knight and became a butler to the royal family. The black tea he brewed and his attentive care aided them in running the government. His interest in people watching was a lifelong love, but however many tried to join him, he always preferred stroll gardens alone. Chloe comforted the royal family and her soldiers with the deliveries of folk food. Soon, Firene's local delicacies included more unusual flavors. Years later, she met someone at a food stall in which they had a fairy tale, whirlwind romance, and blossomed into a lifelong love. As new king of Brodia, Diamant ordered the halt of all invasions and worked to reform his people's attitude in Elusia. Some of those resisted Diamant at first, but his vision for the futures earned their favor. By exporting ore, Brodia was able to shift to booming trade-based economy. Amber was overjoyed to see Diamant sit on Brodia's throne. He patrolled the kingdom to quell post-war chaos, and misadventure followed him with every step. In time, he became one of the very legends he so admired. Portraits always placed him near an alpaca, confounding scholars. Jade celebrated Diamant's rise to the Brodian throne with pride, further dedicated herself to Brodia as the Knight of the King. She always found time to write despite her busy schedule, and managed to complete over 100 humor novels in her lifetime, all celebrated as masterpieces. Alcris took on clerical duties at Brodia Castle and provided aid to Elusia's recovery efforts. The two nations grew to trust each other, expanding mutual trade. He was praised as a brilliant yet humble strategist who kept his brother as he promised his late father. Yeah, okay, so basically just kept his brother in line. Lapis traveled to war-torn towns, taught citizens how to repair their homes. At every stop, she left a large, delicious potatoes from her farm in her home village. Popularity of these taters brought her village wealth and prosperity, earned Lapis the new title Potato Goddess. Citrine redoubled her efforts to sway Brodian nobles away from the warfare advocating for peace, but some were unmoved, and many of her took her words to heart. Weight of her shoulders, see graceful smile with ever present, especially at the balls and galas she so loved. Never used Zelkov once. After completing his work as Princess Ivy's retainee, Zelkov's next pursuit was to create a shelter for children in Elusia who were orphaned by the war. He and his new family were very happy. It is said that the children all learned to speak in quite a profound and meaningful way. Kagetsu disappeared after Ivy's coronation. Some said he was off in search of a worthy opponent. In fact, he had gone home to ask his family's permission to live in Elusia to serve the queen. Working under Ivy, he made visits to Pale Sands, returning each time with a gift of rice. After her sister's coronation, Hortensia returned to Elusia's academy and soon graduated at the top of her class. Her natural charm was later key to negotiations with Brodia. She and Ivy were all remembered for the contributions they made to the country's prosperity. Rosado was dubbed a knight for his service. He traveled the land, seeking to destroy the corrupted for good, resuming his studies only when the task was done. Later in life, he earned further fame as an artist. A portrait of the royal family and their cutest still hangs in the Elusia Castle. At their cutest. Nice. Though she was dubbed a knight for her service, Goldmary soon discovered that her true gift was teaching. She became a top instructor at Elusia's academy. So many of her students went on to do great things that she felt a need to apologize to her classes for the pressure placed on them. Tamara traveled far and wide after the war. Still, she never forgot her duties as queen, returning to the palace often to greet guests with a smile. People Tamara met during her travels cared very much for her. She became the most beloved queen in Solm's history. Makes sense. Marin traveled with Tamara, gathering material for her book on rare creatures. Though it had few readers upon publication, the work became treasured for its insights on dragons. And years later, Marin went back home and took her place as matriarch, uniting her village. Panette served Tamara as her knight and ensured her safety through devious ploys. In time, she could also subdue an enemy with a single blow. She does that anyway. Though she searched for her missing parents, she never found them. Still, she quietly rebuilt her family's church. Fagado traveled aimlessly until Tamara's coronation, and then returned to the palace to serve behind the scenes as her advisor. Though few reliable accounts of his life were left in the history books, it is said he met someone during his travels and they spent the rest of their lives together. Fair. Pandreo founded a new religion worshipping all dragons. He pledged a huge raucous party in Lythos, but when Vander balked, he made it a slightly tamer. His cheerful howl later became known as the special prayer to the divine monarch. Bunet rebuilt his parents' bistro. It became wildly popular for serving dishes beloved by Solm, royalty, as well as Alir. He left to tour the world, taste food, put all his learned in the book, and became a Bible for chefs. Even after his death, his recipes brought joy to many. Anna finally reunited with her family. She had many sisters, all of the same name and fess, but only she had ever traveled with the Divine Dragon. With the Emblem's success in war, rings strongly in fashion, she became all profit she ever wanted off the trend. So she has sisters all named Anna. So Anna. Jean became a great doctor, and after taking his father's clinic, he became one to make house calls. Passionate about researching new medicine, Jean found his village's famous tea leaves could be delved into panacea, and discovery was studied for years. After war, Yunaka became a street performer. She put on captivating acts for a few years, then vanished without a trace. Did she perish? Did she start a new life far away? The truth is unknown. Some say the Divine Dragon Monarch's use of unusual words was due to her influence. Seedall became famous in the world over for his dancing and fortune-telling, and years later he was a traveling performer telling of his time with Alir. According to the fortune he read for himself, he was fated to meet good people, enjoy great food, and live a very happy life indeed. Zephyr returned to Barodia Castle, took up the position in King Diamon's personal guard. Later in life, she retired to her village and started a seafood restaurant. Though small, the place attracted customers from far and wide. Its menu featured a dish said to have been loved by King Morian. Vale took over Gradlon and made it into a lush green land. She resisted the crown for over a century, then at last gave her people wishes and became the first monarch of Gradlon. By then, many of her old friends had died, but their offspring in Alir were still at the event. Mavir strove to atone by aiding others. His good deeds continued into late life when he found out and was never heard from again. Some say he was an accident, others say he was a victim of Four Hounds' revenge. One of the certainties of Vale and Divine Mirage were sought until the very end. Good. I think that was everybody. Ooh, we're getting into that good art now. Still, Firene's prince died young, which is wild. It makes sense to some degree, but like, oh yeah, he died real quick after the war. After all of this shit we went through with him. Not that he could control it, but that's wild.
Promises you made to me as you gazed into my eyes of blue, hoping that our paths would cross once again. On that day when all was lost, I remember what you said to me, that the past, our wounds and all the pain would be healed by the break of dawn. So long ago, you always stood beside and put your faith in me. I was scared and alone until we forged a bond together that would last forever. Gather up your tears, put aside your fears, bare your heart, your fixed desires, reignite the dimming fires. If you pray with passion, find your way to action. You can make your dream real. lost and gone up in smoke, and I can't hold back these burning tears. Who will be the light in this endless night?
We're running out of royalty. There's only so many left. It's Anna, and Anna. Jesus fucking Christ. And they all do look like each other. Oh. It's a kid who looks like Marnie. Okay, that's a good shot. When would they have taken that shot, though? Because it had to be during the war. Why would they all be smiling?
Today's the day of my coronation. Today I'll be crowned the Divine Dragon Queen. I had hoped that all of you would be standing by my side for the occasion. But I guess not. Shine on, Emblem of Beginnings! Worth a try. I wonder if we'll ever meet again.
Aha! I knew we'd find you in here!
We must have looked everywhere.
Everyone.
The coronation is going to start any minute now.
All right. Time to get changed, unless you're wearing that.
Yeah, I guess I should, huh? Huh?
Well, hurry up! Come on!
Whoa, okay, I'm coming.
Someday, in the future, our paths may cross once more. Our bonds can be reforged time and again. Whenever you desire, you need only say the word.
Engage!
Would you like to save the cleared game data? Your army will be as it was before Chapter 26, but there's a record that you've cleared it.
Fire Emblem, engage!
So what happens when I go back into the data? That's the first question. Oh, just 100,000 gold. Why not? Difficulty levels 41 plus for retry trials are now unlocked. Except nobody's doing relay trials. No supports or bonds were created, which is, again, wild to me. We caught all the fish. Oh, so it really is like the battle didn't even happen. Because their levels reverted too. But Alfred getting fucked by the goddamn endgame is hilarious. Just like, he was king for a minute, and then, you know, he died rather young. Also, with Alir and Vale being able to live for thousands and thousands of years, the fact that they could get involved with humans in the first place is very, very sad.
Will you go out with me?
I'm sorry, what? I don't know, like, is there more? That's the question. Like, there's the skirmishes, obviously, but, like, is there more to this game?
Sorry.
Or am I wasting my time? Alright, so let's talk about the good things I liked in this game, right? The story is actually really, 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 really good. I like the idea and I like the concept. Is it as dire as other Fire Emblem games or nearly as heartbreaking as other Fire Emblem games? I would argue that it probably is. Because if we talk about, like, the games I'm familiar with, like, death is not an uncommon concept. People dying, either royalty or your parents or people you love or care about, you know, murder and death are very, very common. In this game, however, they take it a little bit farther. Not that they haven't revived people from the dead before, but they revive pretty much everybody from the dead and say, haha, here you go, fight them again. And it's just like, oh, that is just in poor taste. So, other things to note are the difficulty on classic mode, specifically classic mode, is about on par with what it should be, right? So I did start on hard, and not that I couldn't have beaten the game on hard, but it would have taken exponentially longer for me to do that than revert back to normal and then just push through. Even that final battle, I could see, like, with the stat bonus that they give the enemies, plus the weapons, it'd be a little bit much. Also, it looks like we can just redo the final battle. I don't know what these rankings are. Are these just random players around the world, or what? I mean, it's got to be, right? Because Vale, Micaiah, Vale, and Tiki, Vale, and I have no idea who they're tied to. So the bad thing about this game is, and I did watch something similar to this about Fire Emblem Three Houses, which obviously was one of the other games that got Fire Emblem back out of a rut as far as like sales and everything. Very polished looking game, very in-depth hub system. And that's about where the hub system started. But there are some things to note. I'm okay with the hub system as long as you don't put in things that are required to progress the story in the hub. So things like the wyvern flying minigame, I'm okay with that. You get some items out of it, but it's not required. You know, you don't get any battle benefit. You just get like items to sell or money or stuff like that. This farming area, and again, I looked this up too, like later on after I figured this out, but all the dogs, like if you have anything but dogs in your farming area, you're wasting your time, because food items, it's fine, but like you want the ingots. The silver ingots are by far worth more than anything else you could possibly get out of there. So the dogs are the only ones that provide that. The fishing minigame, I don't know what it's for. It's just an activity, I guess. There doesn't seem to be anything tied to it. I thought there might be like, I don't know, a weapon or a piece of armor or something. But it didn't seem to be the case. Grants 1000 SP. What the fuck? I didn't use the Draco shield either, which was a waste, but that's fine. But some other things to note. Especially on classic mode, right? Let's say you're playing an Iron Man of this game. Let's say you're playing where every mistake you make, you have to live with. Every unit you lose, you have to live with that choice or anything else like that. Trying to raise up another unit that was in your B team to get to your current party's levels or stats is a fucking nightmare. I would not wish that on anybody. Because the whole point of skirmishes, like, is literally to be training fights or leveling fights or resource fights to, like, get money, get equipment, get whatever you need. That's the whole point. And money in this game is a very finite source. Like, I think in total you get less than 100,000 gold from the main game, which is not a lot for this game. Especially when like upgrades can cost like 5,000 gold a pop. And you want to have multiple weapons and you want to have multiple upgrades and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, you pick favorites. You do not pick any like subpar weapons or things like that to upgrade. But they all cost resources. They all cost money. And this whole donation thing, right? This whole bulletin board donation system is not worth it. Because if you're going to spend, let's say, 25,000 gold, you should expect that over time you can make that gold back from your investment. There is no way to make that gold back from that investment. Literally no way. Because the enemies that you fight will at max, if they have a drop of gold give you 1,000, which means you have to locate either in a skirmish or otherwise a way to just keep doing those skirmishes over and over and over and over again, which they do respawn and they do respec over time. But then you have to get them at 1,000 gold a piece, which is not a lot of money in return. It's just not worth it. The skirmishes ended up not being worth it either because there wasn't a way to raise up your other units, which is what I was intending to use them for. But I learned on in the early game that the skirmishes level up with like your main unit. So if your main unit is like been raised properly and they've been upgraded or anything else like that, then there's no point in going back to the old team because they do not have those stats. They do not have those stats to use. And what I didn't know and I learned later is that the upgrade system is basically better to have your units prestiged earlier than later, because they get better stats on level up even at the advanced level, and it doesn't affect your experience retention when you're advanced anyway. So like if you're a level 11 or you're prestige or advanced 1, you get the same experience no matter what. It doesn't, there's no penalty for being a stronger unit. So you might as well just be the stronger unit. Which I didn't know, which is why I held off on having my main character level up for so long. Which is not necessarily a good thing. Again, I would have definitely taken part of more skirmishes and more battles and leveled up more people and got more supports if the game had allowed me to do that in a way where I didn't feel like my team was at risk, or at least was at like a less risk. But there's no way to get out of that rut once you're in that rut, because they have to land a killing blow. And unless you're pinning down one unit at a time, there's nothing you can do. And you're just wasting turn and times and resources. Again, the dining mechanic, perfectly fine. The support talks, all perfectly fine. Shut the fuck up, Fram. Anyway,
There are some unique critters around here.
this support mechanic with the dining, I'm okay with. That's perfectly fine for the Somniel. The polishing rings, the swapping of all these traits and getting the SP, going into a specific room and locking that down to this specific chamber is god-awful. And I mean, it is god-awful. It should have just been a menu thing. Like, it does not... This ring chamber does not need to exist. Legit. Does not need to happen. Does not need to exist. It could have just been menu items, perfectly fine. Same with training, honestly. Training does not need to be this whole grandiose show. It's interesting, but it, like, after the first time, you don't care. You just want the experience or to know if your unit won or lost, but, like, it doesn't even matter at that point. Same with the bonds. Like, you have to go in 5 bond level increments and then come back here, raise your bond with a support conversation, go back in there, raise it again, and again in 5 level increments. Not a good thing. Why would you put a cap or a soft cap on that unnecessarily? Like, just set it to 10, put it in one menu list, and then it's like, okay, you also have a support conversation. Even though it doesn't matter. Like, the support conversation does not matter in the least. It could just be an add-on thing. It's like, hey, you want to hear the support conversation? Or you want to hear this bonus talk that they had with each other? It's like, yeah, sure, why not? And I totally would. But there was just no point to making it that long. So, here's the thing. Fire Emblem is about the combat and the strategy and fighting and putting them into the next fight and fighting all these other units on the battlefield, right? When the Somniel takes about just as long to get through all of the other items in this area. So let's say you did go through and you wanted to get your Somniel full completion list. You'd have to do the dragon. You'd have to collect your items. You have to do the fishing. You have to do the trials. You have to do the training. You have to do the gardening. You have to do all your supports. You have to do all of that sort of stuff. And you saw me in many, many streams where that was taking up to an hour just to do Somniel stuff. And I still argue that a lot of it was still important. Some of it was just like side objective stuff, but I didn't know that at the time. Like, early game, I would say training kind of important. You know, get your stat bonuses. Later on, not so much. You can just do whatever at that point. But it doesn't hurt to have it. And it only takes, like, maybe a minute to actually get through the training. But it's just a slog of, 1, getting through the training. 2, the difficulty. And 3, if you fail, you just wasted your time. And some of those mini games are obnoxious on the training. Like smashing your A button as fast as you can. Or, you know, doing certain sequences with your controller, like in weird ways. It's just like, it didn't need to be that difficult. There's no point for it to be that difficult just to get some extra points, stats. Could have been just a simple dialogue box. Could have been like, okay, it'll cost you 200 gold or some other denomination and you can raise your stat by this much, right? Perfectly okay with that. But the little mini game thing of like, okay, well, do your buttons in this way or do your buttons in that way. Not great. Another thing is this tower with the trials. I get what they were going for, but I didn't level up any single Emblem's weapon. I can see where if you did, it would make them really, really strong, but like, I don't think it's even necessary, even on Maddening, to level up your weapons for the Emblem. You can, but the way to get to those resources, not great. Not great. Because it's only through the relay trials or doing the other things or the challenge mode like things, and those are like multiple maps in a row. And it also counts as an encounter. It counts as you fighting a battle. So let's take a look at the world map. Just for grins, let's take a look. So what's left on this map? It's only skirmishes. The only thing remaining is skirmishes, and you can redo the final battle. Is there any reason to do any of that? Probably not. But let's take a look at just a random skirmish. Take a guess and, like, just guess how much stats are required here. Skirmish Northern Fortress. Advanced class level 18. Now, if we look at my units, other than like the few that have prestiged already a couple of times here, who fits that descriptor? Is that anybody in the lower tier? Could I bring in Hortensia? Could I bring in Etier, Alchrist, Pandreo, Louis, Seedall, Celine, Kagetsu, Marin, Lapis, Fagato, and expect them to live? And the answer is no. In fact, I could only probably bring in like maybe 1 or 2 at a time and then have them be fully protected while trying to like get them the killing blow so they can level off other units. But that's it. There is no other way to get them leveled. You could go to the training grounds, which you only get 3 per encounter, and that'll take even longer. Because like training is only for like topping off a few characters that are trying to get to the next level. It's not for actually training your lower leveled units, which I wish it was. And a great example of a way to get around this is that when the Radiant games were in being, so Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, they had something called bonus experience. And what you could do with bonus experience is if you had a unit that wasn't necessarily a high level, you would get experience based on how well you did in the chapter. Like if you beat the chapter in a certain number of turns, you got so much bonus experience, and you could put that experience to anybody. You could give that to anyone. A prime example of people who might want bonus experience would be your B team. You could always use it for your A team, but your B team might really do well with some bonus experience if like, hey, you know what? It'd be nice to have an armored unit. I don't really need an armored unit for most of my playthrough, but having one as a backup would be really good, like a Jade or a Louis or anybody else. But there's no way to properly raise them, and so bringing them into any fight makes them a liability. So it's like, all right, once you pick your group, you better stick with your group. Also, the fact that the rings are individually bonded and have individual conversations with every character, while interesting and cool, sucks. I'm only saying it sucks because if you think about it, we've got 12 rings. And that's not including Alir or the DLC stuff. Well, we've got 12 rings. If I wanted to get a max bonding with every unit for every single fucking ring, that's Alir needs 12, Anna needs 12, Panette needs 12, Fram needs 12, Ivy needs 12, Rosado needs 12. They all need all 12 rings to be fully bonded to make the maximum use out of the rings. So once you have a ring bonded to somebody and it's maxed out and you're comfortable with that playstyle, unless you're going for a specific ability from one of those rings for a certain unit, don't fucking bother switching them around. Once you are set, don't even bother switching them around. Now, I did it for Alir, and the only reason I did it for her is because there were times when she'd lose Marth or she wouldn't have a certain whatever, and I always wanted her to have something because she's the main character. She's involved in every battle. That's just how it is. It's designed around your dragon child unit being a part of every possible battle they can be. So it makes sense, like if you have items that increase speed, items that increase stats, items that increase movement, you want to put them first and foremost on the unit that's always going to be there or could possibly be a liability in every battle unless you make them overpowered, which I did with Alir. Like, the only stat that isn't 20 plus for her is magic, but that's just because of how I fought with her. I'm sure if I picked any other unit type, she'd probably raise her magic up to plus 20, plus 30. But she's hard to kill. Nobody's going to touch her or one-shot her and, like, have a good chance of doing that. Also, for a game that talks about dragons, dragon stones, dragon children, fell dragon, divine dragon, all of these things, do you know how many times we actually saw a dragon? I'd say maybe like 2 or 3. One being Lumera in the beginning, which would be super cool to have her as a unit, like in some fashion, which I thought would be a very interesting mechanic and another way to tell this story. But when they started killing off Alir, you knew that they were going to revive her, so Lumera didn't stand a chance at that point. But if she did get revived as an emblem ring, that would have been super cool. And having a dragon unit, which has been a common thing in every single Fire Emblem to date. Like there being a dragon child, a Manakete, which is just a dragon that can, transform with a stone, or a Laguz, or something like that. Dragon would be a cool fucking character type to have in a game about dragons. Like, you could give it a weakness, or you could give it something, but give it something. Also, the weapon triangle coming back, perfectly fine. I have no problem with the weapon triangle coming back. The break mechanic, very interesting. I had to work around that because I wasn't sure what that was at first. I now know, but very cool. Why was there not a magic triangle? Why was there, not fire's better than thunder, thunder's better than wind, wind is better than fire? Any of those things. Because that would have been super cool. And bringing in the fist weapons, also very cool. It made your healers have a way to fight back. It may not have been strong, but it became the universal break tool for knives, tomes, and just, every other type of thing that wasn't an axe, sword, or a spear, or a lance. Which, okay, that's fine, but what do knives break? What do tomes break? And the answer is nothing. Which, I don't know that seems fair to me. It's not like they're super powerful. They do poison, which poison had an interesting take in this game. Poison that basically just made the unit take more damage. And I'm not against that idea. And some of the new staves were useful in certain situations, but let me ask you this. How many maps required the use of torch? How many maps required the use of a flame? A loom? 3? Out of 20 some odd chapters? I don't even know if there's a single skirmish map that has a torch requirement. How many maps had choke points where, first off, you had a unit that could reach it. Second off, that couldn't be just stopped with another unit or something like that. Anybody want to take a crack and a guess at how many areas there were that could be blocked off? Not many. And there is some argument to be said for the break staff. Because opening up a unit that seems to be tough may be a good idea at higher difficulties, maddening or hard, but like even at hard mode, I was feeling like just breaking a unit wasn't enough. Because by the time I was thinking about breaking a unit, I'd already been through half of my turn anyway. Or I had a better way to break them with a different weapon. But they did this half and half bullshit, which I didn't really like. Now, I am criticizing a lot here, but it's only because I really like Fire Emblem. I really do like this game. I really do. I enjoyed it a lot, but there's like a number of flaws that kept you from actually playing the game. And again, the big one was the Somniel. Like, even with as small as the Somniel was, the fact that there was so much that was involved and that you could, like, miss out on or anything else like that was it was like an hour-long excursion. Every time I finished a battle, I had to come back to the Somniel. Every time. And you know what? Putting it in this menu, just saying like, okay, you went back to the Somniel and what did you do? You cooked, you had a support conversation, put the support stuff here, put the cooking here, put the training here in this menu. Perfectly fine. And then we can move on with our lives. We can move on to the next map. We can move on to whatever else. We don't need the hub. It was very unrequired. Like, put the animal farm, sure. Put the shops, sure. But, like, even the shops, I can just go to the marketplace here and be like, okay, what do I need? Oh, yeah, let me buy everything I ever want right here. But that is another thing. Like, other than a few things, specifically in the shop, right? Specifically in the shop itself, the item shop. And they need to be very clear on this because I'm glad I checked the shop. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. But let the fucking people know that you sell master seals or second seals. Because I did check early on, like just making sure, okay, what's all here? And then I look one time and it says like, you sell master seals? You sell second seals? That's insanely good. And extremely helpful to know. But how many times can anybody recall me buying anything other than like a heal staff? There were very, very few times. I could count them on one hand where I wasn't buying anything that wasn't like a staff or maybe one or two vulneraries that I felt like I was running short on. The tonics, useless. Never used them. Didn't even bother with them once unless they were given to me. Pure waters, I didn't use. Again, they do have their uses. They're like a classic item. They build your resistance. I'm okay with that, but it takes a turn, right? Some other things that were missing. In other games, there were held items, like items you would put in your inventory, and they would give you a bonus. Some would negate critical attacks. Some would negate the arrow bonus that would affect your flying units, which would have been insanely good considering the number of flying units you can make in this game, which is infinite. Because there was no single boss that had that piece of equipment. And I figured at some point there was going to be that time where I'd meet a boss that was a flying unit or something, and they had a negation to the arrow bonus damage. It never came up. And I'm happy, but I'm also upset because that also means my flying units are compromised. And I can't use them to their full potential in an archer area. And my way to get around that was literally just kill the archers as fast as possible. Which, again, you should always do. But that shouldn't be the only answer to the problem. It's like, well, I gotta be conscious of this archer. I gotta be conscious of that archer. Can't put my flying unit there. Can't put my flying unit there. Whereas if I sent a general out, the only thing I have to worry about is armor slayers or like heavy weapons. Or maybe magic. But like even then, like it's not really that big of a deal. Mavier being a big example of having high resist and being a great knight. Like, I could just put him out in the middle of nowhere and he'd be perfectly fine no matter what hit him. But for my flying units, I don't have that luxury. But yeah. Also, expertise as a skill is a fucking insane skill for any unit. They did put it on Jean, and he does start off as a healer. I could basically make him whatever I want him to. But look at that boy's stat growth. His luck is at 50. His resistance is 42. Let's try and find somebody else with a resistance that high. Ivy, but that's because I've leveled her up like 3 different times. She's got 41. Yunaka's got 39, but that's thanks to Micaiah. Clan, again, Magician, and he's got Celica. But naturally, there aren't that many units that have such a high resistance naturally. Magic users always do, just in general, but like even then, like a luck of 50 is insane. Most of these are like luck 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Now we're in the singles. Yeah, like 50 luck. And I think that's because he's got you know, the plus luck bonus plus Byleth gives him a luck bonus of plus 12. So let's eliminate 18 luck. That still puts him at 32. Again, insanely good. Now, another thing, and this was solved way back when in Sacred Stones. But now that the game's over, and we've done the final battle, do we just fight skirmishes for the rest of our days? Is that the answer? Is that what we do? We just keep fighting skirmishes? Because you know what they did in Sacred Stones? In Sacred Stones, they had something called challenge towers, or challenge dungeons. Which would be perfect for this game. Because look at all this area that just goes unused. Like that right there, that could have been a lane to a challenge dungeon. Any of the old buildings, the thrones, the castles, anything like that, could have been an easy challenge dungeon. It's like, oh, by the way, if you want to fight like a whole bunch of boss level corrupted, yeah, go to these challenge dungeons and, you know, another place to like level units, or another place to get experience, or another place to get more weapons or treasures or something like that. Or, heaven forbid, we get, I don't know, like a secret character. Who'd be a good secret character to get? Well, you know, there's the Brodian King, the Illusian King, there's Lumera, there's Sombron himself, Marnie, Grizz. You know, any of these characters would have been fun to, like, have as a bonus. And it's obviously already got combat data, because they were enemy units. So we know that they exist and that they could exist in the game. So why not have them in the game? And it could just be a neat little bonus thing. And these were things that were answered way, way long ago. And of course, there's always the potential for the DLCs and all that sort of stuff. Right now, the DLC right now is just more emblem rings, which is for 3 houses. I didn't particularly care about having extra emblem rings, although I'm sure they are a nice bonus to anybody who had them. But not something that came to my mind immediately. But yeah, like, where do you go from here now? And the only answer is you can replay the game at, like, higher difficulties or redo other things. So, with that being said here, we're going to do something a little bit different. So we had some other units back in the past. And we're going to go back to that past point.
Engage.
I've just got to figure out which one it was. That was before the final fight. I believe it's the 4 hounds. We're going to see, though. When you're ready to gift the pack ring to an ally you care about, find it in your drawer in your room. Okay. Again, the packed ring. A very cool idea. So we're just going to run through and see what happens. Yunaka? We already gave it to,
Okay, Divine One. It's time for me to come clean.
Ooh, please.
I know you said you wouldn't pry, and you only want to hear what I'm ready to say. But I'm as ready as I'm ever gonna get, and you have a right to know.
If you're sure this is what you want, I'm here to listen.
Okay. Here goes. My name used to be Larimar. I changed it to get away from my old life as an assassin.
Yes!
Go on. I was never too attached to Larimar, or to her parents, who left her when she was young. She is my past, though. In that sense, she'll always be a part of me. Which means, even though I've moved on, you can't know the real me without her.
It was brave of you to tell me all that. I do want to know the real you. The value of this conversation is not lost on me.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Divine One.
Of course. Since you trusted me with your secret, Yunaka, I guess I'd better tell you mine.
I didn't even know you had one.
When you told me how glad you were to fight alongside me, I wanted to jump for joy.
Why?
Because somewhere along the way, I stopped being able to imagine my life without you in it. There's no one more important to me than you. I want you by my side, always. So, I guess that's my secret.
Divine One.
If you'll accept it, I'd like you to have the pact ring.
But that ring is precious to you.
You're precious to me, which is why I want you to have it. Whether we're talking about your past self, your current self, whatever, I cherish all of you.
You're amazing. I want to know everything about you. I want to accept all of you like you've accepted me. No more lies, no more secrets. I want to be with you the rest of my life. That's how I truly feel.
I feel the same way. Let's be true to each other, from now on, as partners.
Happily.
Okay.
A new chapter starts today.
Damn it! I knew they were best girls. Okay. So obviously I started off with Ivy and Alir. Ivy being like an all-star unit. Yunaka being one of my favorite units to use. But like over time I was like, oh man, but Ivy though. But Yunaka is great. God damn it, I knew it! Like it was fairly obvious, right? It wasn't exactly a secret that she was trying to hide she was an assassin. Well, she was trying to hide that she was an assassin, but like the game was giving away like these hints like, oh, don't talk about my past, don't talk about the things I used to do. I used to be a bad person, you know, all these things, and then like her chipper attitude and all these sorts of things. But damn it, validation. All right. I wasn't even sure I was going to get a straight answer out of Yunaka no matter what I did, but I'm glad that that conversation exists. All right, so now we're going to do the rest thing. We'll reset the save. We'll check out Etier. We'll check out Vale. Anybody else I have an A-list with currently. But I could just constantly recycle this, get everybody else to an A support, and then figure out what the heck they talk about. But like this is, like, I'm just going to focus on the ones I have currently.
It's a relief to see you, Divine One.
Oh, that's Ivy. Damn. I guess Ivy's guaranteed no matter what. That's fine. I was going to see if I could get the Yunaka story, but like, we'll not do that. I think it'll always be Ivy that wakes me up during that one. And this is true for a number of things. So there is a way to basically guarantee you always get an S-rank ring no matter what you do. Because when you
Fire Emblem, engage.
When you go and purchase like the 10 rings, and there are some really good rings, what ends up happening is like that same table still applies no matter what. So if you revert the save and you go back and like say it was number 3 and it's an S rank for whoever, you can go to any other character and it will still be an S rank at that level and at that same list number for anybody you pick. So the tables are already predetermined. Which is true for a lot of things in this game, and you can see it in the combat too. Which means RNG manipulation is very, very, very likely to happen in this game. You're going to see speedrunners use that a lot.
So,
All right, Etienne.
What is going on with you lately? You keep jogging solo like you're avoiding me.
The thing is...
If it was something I said or did, I apologize. Seriously.
Let me finish. There's something that's been on my mind. No matter how much I run, I can't shake it off. I don't know what to do. Sorry about this, but can I get something off my chest?
Go right ahead.
I'd really like for us to partner up.
Sure. That sounds good.
What? Just like that?
You mean like training partners, right? Someone to spot your workouts?
No, something
Well,
more.
That's not exactly it. I meant supporting each other no matter what. That's why I'm giving you the pact ring.
For real? You can't mean that, right? Why would you give me something so important?
Partly because of your confidence. I feel stronger just by being around you. But you're also kind-hearted and determined. It's the right choice. I've been wanting to bring it up for a while now, but I was afraid you'd say no.
So that's why you've been jogging alone.
Yeah.
Well, you can stop worrying. From now on, we'll always jog together. You and me are gonna run side by side for 1,000,000 laps before we're through.
So, you'll accept?
Sure. Whatever I can do to help.
Thank you. Oh, this is such a load off my mind.
Thinking about this has got me all keyed up. I could go for a run to burn off the energy. What do you say? Dead sprint around the Somniel until he can't move?
That sounds wonderful. I'm ready if you are.
Then let's get moving. Last one back to the Somniel is a rotten egg.
But you see what I'm saying here too, right? Like, how do I unlock all this extra artwork, which is clearly in the game, without replaying the game? How many characters we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Because I think there was one unit I killed by mistake. We won't talk about it. He was an old man. I didn't care anyway. But, like, in order for me to give the ring to everybody in multiple playthroughs, and let's say there was an art gallery to unlock, which normally Fire Emblem does have, I would have to play through the game that many times, raise an A rank support with that unit, and then get the image or whatever else. Anyway, just to check the table again, if I'm correct, this should be Ivy. If I'm correct, this should be Ivy. We'll know from her voice. Initially, when I did this, I did get Ivy for that one as well.
Goodness, what a view!
Okay, never
Like
mind.
something
It did
out
change.
Of a dream. I came here to wake you up, and I didn't even bring breakfast. How thoughtless of me.
Chloe?
Maybe I have some snacks. Let's see. I guess this folk food will have to do.
Yeah, it's Chloe. Again, I thought the RNG would affect the manipulate that a little bit, but I guess it didn't. That's fine, though. All right, so Etienne was done. Pretty simple, not much there. Unfortunate. I really do like Etienne, but
Fire Emblem. Engage.
when her whole story is, hey, let's work out, it's kind of like, okay. What can you do with that? Also, emblem rings are overpowered as fuck. The fact that there are 12 of them is insane. I get why they did it, because it's every main hero from every main Fire Emblem title. But still, that is wild how fucking many there are. Okay, so Ivy, Naka, Tamara, Vale, Clan, Etier, Hortensia. So those are the ones I had A rank at this point in the game, which again, fairly late, but it works out. Tamara.
Wow.
Here, have this ring.
Divine One, you know the people of Solm value freedom above everything else, right?
I do.
That goes for me too. I love doing whatever I want to do, whenever I want to do it. It's just, do you ever feel chained down by your closest friendships?
What do you mean?
When we connect with people, you know, really bond with them, those bonds make us stronger. I mean, our closest allies help us do things we could never do all by ourselves. That's powerful stuff. But those bonds, those friendships, can feel like obligations too.
I see what you mean, and you're not wrong. Sometimes, when you care about someone, you have to put their desires before your own. That happens in close relationships.
So you have to give up close relationships to really be free? Is that what you think?
No.
I think you should take this.
Is that the pact ring?
Yes, and I want you to have it, Tamara.
Me? But why?
Because this will bring us closer together but never take your freedom from you. I care about you, Tamara. And I don't want you to lose the thing you hold most dear.
Do you really think you and I can have this kind of a bond? And also have our freedom?
Yes, I really do.
That's so beautiful. I suppose I have my answer then. I'll accept the ring.
I promise you, though our hearts will remain connected, you will be free.
I like the sound of that very much. This will be our bond forever. No matter where we are or where we go, we are always together.
You know what I didn't check? We're going to check it now. The bond thing is always the same, but like on the nightstand, there's always something new. And I didn't look for Etier or Yunaka. For Yunaka, I'm going to guess it was probably a knife. Etier, probably like a workout band or something soupy. But that's okay. Let's see. So in her case, Tamara's jewel-encrusted gold hair ornament. She gave it to me rather casually as a symbol of our heart's connection. Yeah, okay. So it's basically all the hair ornaments. Do we get Tamara? RNG?
Pretty good harvest of medicinal herbs this
No,
morning.
it's Jean. Alright, that's fine. And again, you just do a skirmish, come back, hope for the bond conversation. Yes, I know.
Fire Emblem, engage.
Another thing is the Somniel pet, which I named Eepy. doesn't like, he does help for certain things, but he doesn't really do anything beneficial for the player or the character. Like, it's like, oh, you get more bond fragments, or he helps you with the exercises, blah, 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 blah. But, like, not really a lot going on there. I think this is Anna? I'm curious about this one.
Hey there!
Today's Sweetheart's Day, isn't it? How's the new product selling?
Already sold out.
Really?
Yeah, really. Those suckers practically flew off the shelves.
Wow. Congratulations, Lady Anna.
It wouldn't have happened without you, Divine One.
It's too bad I didn't get to see any of the finished necklaces, though.
Actually, I did keep one. Check it out.
You did a great job with this. No wonder they sold so quickly.
You can keep it if you want.
Huh? You're sure?
That one wasn't for sale. It came out the best, so I set it aside just for you. I hope you like it.
This is the best one? You really don't mind if I have it?
I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. I just, you know, really appreciate how much you helped me out.
That's kind of you to say.
We made a good team coming up with this product together. I'm really grateful. So I thought you should have the best one as a sign of our friendship.
Aw, I'm happy it worked out so well. And I'm honored to accept the necklace, thank you. You know what? I have a gift for you, too. It's the pact ring.
What? Oh, come on! That thing's way too valuable.
That's exactly why I want you to have it. The best goods are one of a kind, right? I got a memento of our great teamwork, so why shouldn't you?
True. We did come up with a smash hit, so I guess that does make us partners after all. All right, I'll take it. What a great day this is turning out to be.
I agree.
Right then. Starting tomorrow, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. First, we need to source artisans who can mass produce those necklaces. If you thought they sold quick before, wait until people find out the Divine Dragon wears one.
How mercenary of you. Never change, Lady Anna. I can't let my business partner go soft, right?
Okay.
No. This partnership is our ticket to fame, fortune, and finding my family.
I'm okay with that. I just wish it wasn't tied to the ring. Like, again, gameplay-wise, I get it. You have to have the conversation available to every potential character, but obviously there's some implications that are involved with that ring for anybody else. So I'm kind of glad it only went with like, we're really good friends. I'm good with that. I'm okay with that. It's just really bad with the other implications of that ring. Can't even see that pendant. It's alright. I get it.
I love getting to see you whenever I want. Thank you for letting me tell you how I felt about Papa the other day.
Vale?
It's hard, but I'm finally ready to break that bond I had with him. I'll do it with my own hands, too. Good morning. I feel like we're just normal siblings when we're together like this. I suppose I don't know what normal even means. But I want to figure that out with you.
again, the other part that sucks is you get Vale so late. So late in the game. And I get it gameplay-wise, but, like, there's only so many battles she can be in. There's only so many fights she can be involved in.
Fire Emblem. Engage.
Like, unless there's skirmishes, which, again, is a way to get around that, kind of. But, like, trying to level your units. That, like, I'm coming back around to this. Like, leveling any units that's falling behind or that are already not at a level that they need to be is fucking impossible. It's just nightmarish to even try and think about. Inaka, Vale, Lapis, Tamara, Anna, Fram. Fram would be interesting. I don't see Clan around, so we'll do Fram. Then we'll do Vale, and then we'll try to cycle until we get Clan.
Okay.
The other thing is, I don't know what the difference between the conversation of female Alir or male Alir is going to be with these units. Because so far, they all seem to be, like, generically the same. But I'm not sure. So this will be the first indication.
Hey, Fram. There you are.
Divine One, it's you! What can I do for you?
I have something important to talk to you about. It's time, I think, to reevaluate the DDFC.
Well, I tried to make sure my cheering wasn't so annoying. I guess it didn't work, huh?
No, that's not it at all.
Oh, are you promoting the Divine Dragon fan club to Divine Dragon official fan club?
No, that's not it either.
Demoting us to unofficial fan club, then?
Definitely not that.
Well, what is it then, Divine One? Come on!
Okay, here goes. I don't want you to be my #1 fan.
What? No. Too painful. Can't breathe. If I'm not a fan of the Divine Dragon, then... Who am I, even?
Whoa, Fram. Please calm down. I don't want you to be my #1 fan because I want you to be my #1 ally.
#1 ally? #1 ally?
You had my back long before I woke up. You watched over me on sunny days and on rainy days, on happy days and sad days.
Yes, of course! I'd love to be your #1 ally. You and me, battle friends forever.
Battle friends forever.
This is for you.
The pact ring? But Divine One, that's super valuable. Are you sure?
I am.
Good talk.
Oh no, Fram, are you okay?
I'm just so happy. You didn't just look at me. You offered me the pact ring. I accept. I really, really do.
That makes me happy, Fram.
Oh, but just one teensy thing. I don't want to stop being your fan. I want to be your #1 ally and your #1 fan. Is that okay? You mean everything to me. Plus, I think I can handle both roles, you know?
If anyone can, you can. I am very lucky to have an ally and a fan like you.
Thank you. From now on, I'll be cheering you on and standing by your side. Allies for always!
Okay, again, like, it's fine, just, yeah. Like, there's no way that giving this ring to certain characters is not going to be weird. There is no way. It's always weird. And Fram's item is her hat. It's literally her hat. Is that why everybody has a piece of headgear? It's literally just for this purpose? Let's hope for that Fram RNG.
I hear this place is haunted. Oh, but this room belongs to the Divine Dragon.
Hi, Panette.
Strange. Not a single ghost in sight. But get a load of that spider over there. Aw, aren't you a cute fella? Here, let me give you a pet. Divine One, pardon my intrusion. I was hunting ghosts, but found a new friend instead.
There's no world where Panette is not great. She's just too cool. Alright. So Veil, again, is available. No pun intended.
Fire Emblem! Engage!
Half damage if carried. Aegis shield. It's just a shield. Who would carry that? I guess armored knights? But damn it, like, Ivy and Yunaka's were definitely the best, like, far as choices are concerned. Yunaka being like the validation for all of my thoughts on her being confirmed is just like, so good. Alright, Veil. Now, here's what I will say about the Veil one. The Veil one at least makes a little bit more sense. I know that they're siblings. They're probably not going to take it in that way. But what I'm saying is, as far as a pact is concerned, we know that Alear and Veil can live for thousands of years. Any human she gives that pact ring to, they're at best going to get 80, maybe 100 if they're lucky. So it's like, if you're going to give it to somebody where it's going to mean anything, Veil makes the best sense in that choice. Because the ring will just always be around. And you don't have to worry about giving it to another human later on. Or being heartbroken later on.
There you are. I have something I want to give you.
Oh?
It's for you. I hope you love it.
What a beautiful stone. It's so clear and blue. You went looking for it just for me?
I did. I wanted to give you something in return for the Dragonstone you gave me so long ago. I've poured all my energy into it. So, if we get separated again, we can find each other.
We really are siblings, it seems.
What do you mean?
Veil, I also have something I'd like to give you.
This is... the pact ring.
Yes. It's for you, Vale. You're my dear sister and the person most precious to me.
But...
I can't imagine giving this ring to anyone else.
I can't accept this. This is very special to you, Divine One. I'm the one who took Lumera's life. I don't deserve it.
That's not true. You do deserve it, and I want you to have it. Besides, I know Mother would want this. She would want both of us to be happy, no matter what.
I understand. I will take it then. You gave me the Dragon Stone and I made it my talisman. This ring? It will be my new one.
That makes me happy. I know how much the Dragonstone meant to you. I hoped this could replace it. No, not so much replace it. More like symbolize something new. Our bond as siblings. Of course, I had no idea you'd go and give me a pretty stone before I could give you this ring.
I'm glad I did. I like that we think so similarly.
You gave me the stone so that we'd always be able to find each other. But I'm not going anywhere, Vale. You and I are family, and we're sticking together.
The ring and the stone. They can remind us that we never have to be apart again. Okay, let's win this war and bring peace to the world. For Lumera. She would like that.
Yes, she would. And we can do it together.
I swear on this ring. I'll stand by your side and be a dragon who's ready to save the world.
And again, we've already talked about this, but in a game that talks specifically about divine, fell, dragons, dragon children, dragon everything, you would think one of them would turn into a fucking dragon! Not that they needed the power boost. Not that they really needed anything else, but like... That's a cool stone. Alright, RNG, play your role.
Guess who did a bunch of cleaning? Oh, oops. The Divine Dragon's asleep. I should wait till you're up. Or I could clean up in here a bit too.
Fram.
Throw out the trash, do a little dusting. Oh no, the vase!
Nice job.
Sorry. I can fix it, I swear. At least the rest of the Somniel is nice and clean.
The Ivy one was kind of iconic when I got it the other day. Alright, so let's just review our supports. Make sure we haven't lost our minds. Support for Alir. We have Vale, Anna, Fram, Ivy, Yunaka, Tamara, Clan, Etier, Hortensia. Right. Okay, so I've got Clan and Hortensia still. Again, I would never, ever, ever normally give the pact ring to any of these people.
Fire Emblem! Engage!
But just for the sake of my curiosity, I have to know. Damn it, Yunaka's such a good choice, though. God damn it! Like, I am glad that I chose Ivy, but like choosing Yunaka like having her as a second option. I'm glad that that would have resulted in something even like remotely good. Naka, Vale, Leaf, Tamara, Anna, Fram, Roy, Etier, Panet. Okay. Room. We're going to take a nap. We're going to re-roll the RNG on the units that are available.
The altar of the divine dragon.
That time I got Vale, which would have been nice last time, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, Hortensia is out there. Yunaka. Poolside, let's go. Make sure I get the correct sibling.
Ah!
In the pool, it only makes sense.
Divine Dragon, can I talk to you about... It's about something serious.
Of course, Clan. What is it?
It's so
Ever
serious.
since I was little, I wondered about the Divine Dragon. I had so many ideas about who you were or what you might be like.
So did I live up to what you imagined?
I think it would be better if I hadn't met you.
Huh?
If I only ever saw you asleep, like all the stewards before me, I wouldn't feel so...
Clan?
I know that, as a steward, I'm not supposed to be saying things like this. I know that, but I want to be a great steward, like I imagined I'd be. Once you woke up, I mean, I want to be who you call when you need help. But that can't happen. I'm not that strong.
Clan, I've always found you an excellent steward.
I felt like I was, at first, when you were still asleep all the time. But now, all I do is think about how I should help you more than I do. Or than I can.
Clan, I agree with you. Completely and totally. You should be helping me more than you are.
Oh, I... should?
Indeed. And it's well past time we discussed this problem.
Huh?
As my steward, you have many duties. One of which is to be my right hand. But you're not.
I'm not? But I try so hard. I mean... What do I mean? What do you mean?
My steward cannot be all I need unless they are designated as my most important officer. Here. This is the Pact Ring. I have only the one, and you have earned it. Many times over. You understand what this is, yes?
Oh, hang on. I'm so happy I'm dizzy.
Clan, you're swaying. Have a seat before you fall over, please.
The Pact Ring? For me? Oh, come on, you're just saying stuff to cheer me up.
The pact can only be formed with my closest ally. Do you accept?
I mean... If you say it's real, sure. Yes, since this is definitely not a dream I'm having.
To care from the heart for someone other than yourself? Most people aren't capable of that, but you are, Clan. And I am thankful for your service. And your friendship.
Me too. Divine Dragon, this new duty is an honor. I will be your steward forever.
Okay. We're gonna roll the RNG again. I don't even know what he would have given me. Larimar, though. Clan's ribbon. He gave this to me as a symbol of devotion and admiration. His ribbon? Okay. Rolling the RNG one more time. Oh, right. Oops. I forgot we already did the rest thing, so it won't matter. Alright. That only leaves one other A support that's currently available. Again, I can just buy the stuff that builds supports for any particular unit. I also have spirit gems, which are just generically good for anybody. If there is one somebody really wants to see, speak now or forever hold your peace. Otherwise, we are running to the last A support I have naturally, which is Hortensia. Again, not my first choice. Panette, Rosado, Jean, Diamant, Alfred, Vander. Those are all pretty close. And then there are some that aren't anywhere close. But for the most part, I got a lot of like really close supports with a lot of characters. So I feel like I did pretty good here. Oh, Jesus.
Waking up the Divine Dragon gives me a chance for a checkup.
Yeah, no, Jean. And Hortensia, where are you? There she is in the training yard. This is my least likely to give the ring to her thing, but I built the support anyway. I might as well see what's going on.
Oh!
Yeah, about that wyvern ride. Here you go.
You seem to be in high spirits lately, Hortensia.
Yeah, I am. Turns out being kind to people makes them happy. And that makes me happy.
That does explain why you're constantly surrounded by friends these days.
I guess so. Hey, hang on. What's that I hear? Am I picking up a hint of jealousy in your voice, Divine One?
What? Of course not.
I can't believe the Divine Dragon's actually jealous of me. What an ego boost. But you have nothing to worry about. However popular I may get, I'll always make time for you. Because you're special to me.
I am?
All my graceful composure destroyed by one moment of weakness. Can we just pretend you didn't hear that?
Not a chance.
Merciless.
You were right, Hortensia. I was jealous. I've always enjoyed our time together. I'm sad to have less of it now that you're so popular. Understanding all this makes it clear what I need to do next.
That's the pact ring. You're giving it to me?
Yes.
I can't even begin to tell you what this means to me. I'll treasure it forever.
I'm in awe of what a wonderful person you've become. So much so, in fact, that I feel I need to start working on my own kindness just to keep up.
Don't be ridiculous. You've been amazing since the day we met, and you've only become even more amazing in the time since.
Keep saying that sort of thing and you might actually convince me.
Good. The sooner the better. Because if all that wasn't true, you wouldn't be so special to me.
Kind of adorable. She's still an asshat, but like kind of adorable. I'll give it to her. Yunaka, why are you so damn... Oh, damn it. Like, I'm glad that she actually opened up about her past. I was going to be very upset not knowing, like, her true story. But confirming it, and confirming that she was living another life or something like that, it's so good. The cutest ribbon Hortensia could find. I doubt she'd... Well, oh wait, no, it doesn't matter because we already done this. Okay. So. That is where we sit. So
Fire Emblem.
Let's review.
Engage.
Chapter 15, huh? That was 11 chapters ago. It makes sense, but like, man, that feels like such a long... It was a long time ago. Jesus, that was like half the playthrough ago. It was also when we were still working on Ike. But yeah, that's where we're at. I was thinking, like, how far back was that? But, like, it's not too far back. Again, I could go back to the hard playthrough and, like, try to get through that again. Make some creative changes here and there. But I'm happy with where we got today and how it all rounded out. Obviously, like, I do have my complaints that are fairly valid. Because, again, the biggest time waste for this game, I would say about half of the hours spent in this game are all in the Somniel versus actually playing the game. And it's not that I don't mind the hub in certain aspects, but there are a lot of things that could have been done easier, without a loading door, without an extra space to go into, and other things that could have been done without causing people to lose their goddamn mind. Also, if you're gonna put an extreme mode in anything, and you have your player complete that mode with a certain difficulty threshold, give them a reward that is adequate enough for the challenge. Switching from a normal to a +2 stat for one battle is not a good enough reason to fucking do it. If it was plus 10 for a battle, that might be worth a damn. Plus 10 might be a little bit far, but at least we're in the ballpark there. And given the high rate of possible failure contingencies for any one time you do it, probably better than what you're asking for with only 3. Like, 3 is an insult. Why would you ever do the exercise minigames for 3? A plus 3 in a stat. When you can get a guaranteed plus 2 on normal. Plus 3 is an insult. Now, I do really like the characters that I used in my playthrough. I really do enjoy using those units. I liked the balance. And again, it falls into some same old problems that older Fire Emblems had. The main one being that the heavy armored units don't really get a chance to shine. There are a particular set of maps and a particular set of modes that they will probably do well, but you have to raise them, and it's hard to do with their limited mobility, and mobility is everything in Fire Emblem. That's why flying units are so good. Units on horses are so good. Units with Kanto are so good. Units that can get around on rough terrain quickly are so good. That's why when I gave Yunaka the mount, I checked the wolf. The wolf has no penalty or a minor penalty when going through woods, rough terrain, over bridges, all of these sorts of things. And Yunaka thrived. Whereas other mounted units on a horse cannot get through the woods, cannot get through rough terrain, cannot climb mountains, cannot do all of these things because they're mounted on a horse. So they suffer those penalties. So the lack of mobility hurts every single character you throw at it. And I get it. For some gameplay mechanics, I get it. But there needs to be a place for the armored heavy units to thrive, to be useful. And I'm talking, put in a defense map. Put in a really highly specific wall that they can just put them in that area, and they'll tank a hit, and they just stop all forward momentum for any other character. So the new aspects, and I'm gonna go to the end screen for this because there's nothing else I really need to do in the game. For the new aspects, there are a number of good changes. There are a significant number of bad changes, but I will go over them. So in older Fire Emblem games, there was a thing called the rescue mechanic. And the way that it worked is you had a number of constitution and a number of build. If you had a high build, you needed someone with a higher constitution on a mount or something like that, and they could rescue, which means just take the unit inside of their body on the field. And they would have a penalty to their defense or their movement or their speed or whatever it was, or attack power. And you could rescue chain, which basically means you rescue with one unit, you bring over another unit, take the unit from them, run to another section, take the unit from them, run to another section, drop them in an area, good to go. That also solves the armor unit problem, believe it or not. That was nowhere to be seen. So, yes, you could put Canto, or Cantor in this case, on any unit, but you have to specifically give them Sigurd's skill, which costs 1,000 SP, to give them that extra 2 movement after doing an attack. Which is, again, insanely good for any unit, because normally that was specifically for mounted units or Pegasus Knights, and they would just have it naturally, which they didn't in this game, which was a crime, but they just didn't have it naturally in this game. So what that meant was if you ever put a unit in a kill range of a boss, even though they could take advantage of a certain weapon that they had or take advantage of whatever else, if that boss or that unit survived to the next possible situation, chances are your unit died and there was nothing you could do unless you specifically had a rescue staff or somebody with the ability to reposition or something along those lines. Which, again, not something you want to take away from a Fire Emblem game, especially when there are a lot of high-risk areas. The time rewind mechanic, perfectly fine. There is a limit, although I don't know what the limit was. I feel like it was maybe 5 rewinds. Maybe it was 10 per round, and maybe it depends on the difficulty too. I don't know. But that's very good. So rather than resetting after one mistake, you just reset that one round and you're like, okay, I've got to remember that's there. That's, here's the change I'll make. How does this round go? Perfectly fine. No problems with that. Very cool mechanic, very interesting. It doesn't make too much sense why there's a time rewind mechanic, but we just go with it because gameplay. Perfectly okay with that. Otherwise, what you would normally do in classic Fire Emblem is you would just reset the board. You would start from the beginning every time and redo everything. And when some boards were getting into the double digits of turns, you can see how that might be a problem. So, yes, I like the rewind mechanic better. It does work well. Perfectly okay with it. The emblems. The emblems themselves really make a character overpowered for certain situations. There were some that outshined others in many, many regards. Unfortunately, you do have your frontline units. So Roy was a big frontline unit, mostly because of his survivability. Ike, also very tanky on the defensive side. Tamara was showing off in a lot of different areas there. The Great Ether skill, which is a signature move for Ike, was really good. But basically you had to wait until the enemy's end turn, which I didn't really like. But it is what it is. It's fine. But it's very unique, and I like it. I like the uniqueness of each of the emblems in that regard. Leaf, however, outshines in so many ways on the physical attack spectrum, which is why giving it to somebody like Anna or Pennette or anybody with a high attack value made such a difference, because Leaf had a light brand, a killer axe, a bow, a spear, all of these different physical weapons, and the ability to switch on the fly when you're being attacked to the best possible retort response weapon at any point without any penalty is great. That is a fantastic tool. I really like that. And it made Anna really overpowered. And you saw that in multiple times where I'd put Anna in the middle of nowhere and she'd kill 5 guys in one turn. Really, really good skill. Really good. Leaf was really insanely good. Sigurd, also the same thing, but this was just based on his mobility. Sigurd having that much mobility on every field is insanely good. That much mobility for any unit is insanely good. And yes, you could argue if I gave Sigurd to an armored unit, that solves the problem of their mobility. But to put that on an armored unit and then have them run across the field, it sort of seems like a waste. Again, that armored unit would thrive perfectly fine in that regard. Have no problem with that. Just wasn't a thought that came to mind. Moving on from that thought. Weapons that became or had less value. Any of the great weapons, and I'm not lying, any of the great weapons have no value. And the reason for that is the penalty on when you initiate an attack with such a weapon is too much. Like, they should not go second. There could be a penalty for it being heavy. You can only attack once. You get rid of the smash feature. Whatever you want else, but do not make the attack go second. The problem with making the attack go second is even if the weapon is powerful, you're being punished. And it's not worth it when you can just use a standard weapon, which not only can break an enemy and get you a second attack for free without any damage penalty, but even if the damage difference is 1 point, that already changes everything. You don't want to use the great weapon. You just want to use, it's like, all right, fuck, I'll make up for the damage difference value somewhere else. The only time I could use a great weapon and not risk punishment was when the damage was 0. That's why Wavir had one, is because he could use it on archers and he could run up and he could punish them. Anybody else, I didn't have that option. Because if I did it, it would basically be killing myself for the sake of killing myself. And that's not good. Defensively speaking, fine, but give it a defensive bonus, right? Give it a better chance to avoid. Give it a better chance to deflect damage. Give it a better chance to like a defense value or a resistance value or something like that. Give it something to make it worth using on the defensive. And then we're fine. I already talked to Weapon Triangle earlier about the lack of a magic weapon triangle, which would have been insanely good. I think that would have been fun, but for the most part, it didn't matter. Weapons with an extra ability added onto them. For example, the hammer being good against armor, certain lances being good against mounted units, certain weapons being good against certain situations, outshine their standard counterparts every time. The damage is similar, the weights are similar, but that bonus on the extra unit just made it so there's no reason to go back to a standard weapon. And you saw in the late game, there was nobody that really had any iron weapons on their person. We had some worm slayers, we had specialty knives, we had legendary weapons, all that sort of stuff. But even early late game, we were knocking the other standard weapons out because they weren't doing enough damage. They just were not worth trying to bring them in. And There were very limited situations where slim weapons were helping, but like that was on a limited number of players anyway. Otherwise, just overpower them with somebody else. I've already talked about the lack of a transformation or a Manakete, or the fact of the Dragonstone not having any use, which would have been insanely good, just like a Manakete, to transform into a dragon. But maybe that's just me. In a game that talks a lot about divine and fell dragons, didn't really fight a lot of dragons. Or fight as a lot of dragons. And yes, gameplay-wise, I get it. But when we have a lot of other titles that have a signature dragon character that became an OP unit way in the late game, you would think that the main character being called the Divine Dragon might at some point turn into a fucking dragon. Alright. The other thing, the meals. Now, obviously, there was a large variety of meals, the fact that certain units liked those meals, and all that sort of stuff. However, they could have simplified that to 5 meals and like a certain number of ingredients, and it would have been the exact same. It's like, oh, they only like spicy, or they like sour, or they like sweet, but they're neutral on these other flavors. And it would have made very little difference to me. Because there's no reason to really cook the meals other than for supports, and who cares about what the meal looks like otherwise. I'm sure that there was somebody who put a lot of time and investment into that, but the system is not in depth enough to like really make that matter for anything. Except for supports. It does give you, of course, the power bonuses, the skill bonuses, all that sort of stuff, but like it really doesn't matter. Again, training, you should be able to train your lower leveled units, your lower tiered units, get them up to the main party's level in case you need to do a substitution, which would have been good for certain maps, but at that point there wasn't a real reason to. But like having the option to use whoever I want at any time and go back and use some other characters that I haven't used in a while would be very nice. But when the skirmishes say, oh, you need an advanced level plus 18, and I have advanced level plus 1s and plus 2s that really don't stand a chance against a plus 18 environment, guess what? They don't get used. Again, the story elements are good. The supports are good. The characters are fun. The characters are interesting. But a lot of this could have been solved without the Somniel problems. And the Somniel problems took up most of the gameplay, which unfortunately deterred from this game. Focus more on the maps, more on the combat, more on that, and less on the side mini games, less on those, especially in mini games that have no value on the game. You don't get a legendary weapon, you don't get armor sets, you don't get upgrade material, you don't get anything for doing those side objectives, except for like a few points here or there, some bond crystals, all of that. But is it worth that time investment? And I would say no. Even after catching every single fish type in the fucking lake, no reward, which you would think If you're going to invest the time into something like that, you should be rewarded with something. It could be a gag thing. It could be an outfit. It could be anything. But nothing is not the answer. Donations. I got most of them to level 2. That was just to adopt the animals. After that, I didn't care. And that's how you should probably play it, because you're not going to get your money back for the investment. Like 5,000 is already way too much of a donation investment, and it's unnecessary. It doesn't help you, it doesn't upgrade your base, it doesn't upgrade you. You don't get much out of it other than like some cooking items, which again, you can only cook once per round. So what's the point? There's no reason to do anything with what you're given. Now, I did hear that at level 5, there are legendary items you get from donations, but at that point, you're spending a 50k gold to get to that point. And unless that weapon is a one-shot killer for every enemy on the board, not worth it. And maybe it doesn't have to be a one-shot killer for everybody, but it does have to be on that level. Or basically the idea of giving Ragnell to any unit and saying, hey, go to town. It has to be that good. Again, the ring polishing mechanic, the ring bond mechanic, the ring creation mechanic could literally have just been a menu. Did not need its own room, did not need to be specifically in that room to get those things. Just why bother? Sure, it raises your supports, but it's not enough of a raise of the supports to do it every time. I did it almost every time, but like getting into the late game, I was like, I don't really need to polish the rings. There's no punishment for it. You don't really get anything for it. The bond's not worth it. I can just invest the points I've already gained early on and then move on with my life. Also, locking the other difficulties for those side missions behind progression is fine only if it involves the minigame itself. For example, to get to the next tier of exercise, you must first S rank or higher in this exercise. That makes sense. Waiting for the story to progress to a point to get to the next level of an exercise is bad. Same thing with the wyvern ride. Same thing with the fishing. And again, luckily I was checking the shops, because how many people do you think know that you have to go to that one shop and buy the fishing poles and then unlock the next realm of fishing? I wouldn't have guessed that. The only reason I knew is because I looked. I was like, oh, you sell a fishing pole. And then I thought to myself, well, how many rounds has that been sitting there that I didn't know that that existed there? Again, I'm not upset with the Forge. The Forge did a good job. There wasn't really any way to make a custom weapon, but you could upgrade weapons pretty easily as long as you had the ores. Again, the animal farm, you're wasting your time if every animal on your farm area is not a dog. It has to be like, just make 5 dogs, and if they get silver ingots, you've basically paid for the value of the dog itself. Legit. Like, just having 5 dogs out in your field And getting the silver ingots solves your problem for getting silver ingots at any other point. Now, you're not guaranteed them. You'll get steel or iron at some points, but when you do get silver, even if it's one, it's more than made up for the value of the other dogs, and you can still do things with iron and still steel ingots. Again, I've already talked about EP. I've already talked about the fact that there's a lack of a challenge tower. There are certain things about the story that do fall flat. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it is good. Again, that starter battle at the very beginning. The starting battle at the very beginning of the game. I don't really understand where or how that came into play. Because we see Tamara, we see Diamant, we see Alfred, we see all of these units that are currently from our timeline. I think they're trying to imply that was the war in the past, but they look the exact same. And they're all summoning emblems, and then I go in and I fight Sombron, which is we later learn as our dad. But what was the significance of that prologue round, I guess? I can only think it's a teaching mechanic or a dream we were having or something along those lines. And our main character, Alir, while she does lose her memory, never does regain her memory. She learns about her past, but she doesn't actually remember her past. Which I feel like is a fundamental flaw. It's like you'd think that might be a good thing to at least remember what you went through in the past. But the combat is challenging. The maps are hard on higher difficulties. Normal, which I eventually ended up playing on just to save myself some headache. Really manageable. You're not going to struggle too much even on normal. Hard, you start getting into some really dicey situations because of the stat bonuses that the enemies get. Maddening, I'm sure, is probably about the same. Being insanely hard, but manageable as long as you've got the right build for the right units for the right times. So, at some point, I may try a maddening run. However, even on normal, a full playthrough took 80 hours with all of the Somniel stuff and all that sort of stuff. And that's just like the training and the basic stuff, which I think would be nice to have all the way through a maddening run. So I'm not sure if I'm going to invest the time in that, but I could definitely try to figure something like that out at another point. So, but I'm glad we got this game done. I'm glad we got to the credits. I'm glad we're with the ending we got. We did technically, I don't know how many, but I think it was only one guy. There was the time I was fighting on the ship, and the one old guy, I guess I could recruit. I did think I tried to do it, but maybe I attacked him or something like that, and it messed with his AI, and he started attacking after that. I don't know. But he died. He was a recruitable unit. I don't particularly care that I lost him. Was no skin off my back. But Was he integral? Would it have been fun to add him? I don't know. And again, Vander being our Joggin, and then kind of falling off the ship. I like, if I knew how the promotion leveling worked, I would have definitely used Vander more. Problem is, Vander was very specifically designed for lance wielders, and there were not too many in the early game. There were a lot of axe wielders, there were a few sword users, but there were not a lot of lance users. And the reason that is because you're trying to raise a Lear, which is your main character, which makes sense, so you don't have like those other units. Again, I like that you can respec into pretty much anything as long as you got the proficiency. I went with their natural progressions, the only exception being Yunaka, which doesn't have a level progression. She could have stayed a thief, but I would rather have her have the wolf and an extra weapon to use other than just knives, because again, with knives, you get range, you get the poison, all that sort of stuff, but then you run into situations where you're fighting armor and your knives aren't doing anything. So having the ability to use a sword and like an armor slayer or a worm slayer solves that problem. And thieves not having a class to go into, same thing with Veil, which was a shame as well, kind of sucked. Like, assassin class has always been like the natural progression of thief for a long time, or something similar, and it just wasn't there as an option. Which is why I sort of fell off the thief train. Also, of the maps that had doors and locks and everything else like that, I guess thieves could open the doors for free, but at the same time, it was easier just to break them and go through. So that's what I ended up doing. It's like, do I want to spend 2 turns getting a thief up there to open the door, or would I rather spend 1 turn knocking it down and then the next turn going on the offensive? Same thing with treasure chests. I like that they don't require keys or door keys or anything else like that, but it sort of negates the purpose of a thief, because thieves are supposed to thief or like steal from units, which again was another thing that was lost to this game. You couldn't steal from units, or the units didn't have anything that was worth stealing. Now, another part of this that was specifically for the enemy side was revival stones. I do not mind revival stones being there. Hi there, Juice. But they were overused. It's like, you kill a boss, they automatically get their health back. There's no penalty to them. There's no nothing. They just basically have an extra health bar. I would rather they just have the fucking health bar, because having them have multiple health bars with revival stones, for example, with units like Roy, was a bad combination, because Roy would survive the hit guaranteed, and then I'd have to hit him with another unit. Which again, I'm not mad at the skill, but don't give him extra revival stones for him to activate that skill multiple times. Just give him a longer health bar, and that solves the problem. You don't need revival stones, just give them bigger health bars. It solves the issue. Or if you're going to give revival stones, give the player the ability to at least acquire a revival stone. It could be a limited item. It could be like, hey, you can put this on a unit as a hold item, and they'll survive and reset their health back to full health if they die. And that would be a good item for a player. It could be like super rare. It could be expensive in a shop. It could be any of those things. And it would find some use. Because how many times would I go up against a unit and then find out that they do 81 damage in one hit, right? It happened more than a few times. I wouldn't have known that innately, but learning later, just like, oh yeah, by the way, they do a butt ton of damage. Well, maybe I should put this stone on them just to like make sure I can survive the hit. And it's like, yeah, totally. Makes sense. I think I've griped enough about the bad points that I saw. Obviously, I already talked about weapons being completely useless. The mini bow, surge, all of those magic tomes that are only like single tile weapons, basically useless. And there's a reason why at higher level gameplay you're going to see a lot of people use throwing weapons like javelins or spears or hand axes or anything else like that, because they're safe. They have good defensive coverage on people coming in to attack you, and they're just innately better than the single space counterpart, unless you know specifically what your enemy has coming at you, which sometimes you wouldn't know. And so I would take a guess and I'd be like, okay, well, we're just going to do it this way. Of course, you could review the enemies and figure that out, but again, just better to have a throwing weapon, or better to have a 2-range weapon than just a 1-range or just a 2-range weapon. I really wanted to get some more use out of bows. Unfortunately, when we got to the late game, it was just better to give Anna, my warrior, the bow requirements, and like even a standard bow did more than enough. The radiant bow was an excellent weapon. We need more weapons like that, obviously. Flame lance could use some work, but I get it. It's for high magic lance users, which there aren't too many of those, but I could see it. But the other thing about like the class leveling and everything else like that, there was essentially no reason to go to base on anything else. Like once you're at advanced, stay at advanced. There's no reason to go below to a base level and then try to level up again in that range. So the base forms like practically useless. They might as well just get rid of them from the list. It doesn't even make any sense unless you're trying to make yourself more challenged. But yeah. Again, it's not that I dislike the game. I picked my units. It worked really well for me. We got some decent skills. We got some decent emblem rings. They all worked out. And, yeah. Oh, geez, it's almost midnight. So, anyway, I've been rambling on for a long time. We checked out the supports. We checked out everything else about the game as far as we could. We beat the main story. Will I play through it again anytime soon? I don't know. If there's a call for it, I definitely will. Is it a perfect game? No. Is it Fire Emblem? Definitely a Fire Emblem game. I just wish there was less fluff and more actual game. The fluff being like the mini games, the Somniel time, and all of that sort of stuff, and not being able to just menu through those things. And this was already solved in the Radiance games. Like, they had, you know, they had a list between battles in your base, and it would be like, all right, have a conversation. And then you would have a conversation with whatever unit was listed. And it would be an item, it would be a support, it would be a weapon, or it would be like something to add to the story. And how many times would I end a battle and it would be the same generic line from whatever unit, right? And I'm not upset with them for having generic lines. I'm just upset with them for, like, not expanding on the world as it's changing, or not adapting to certain situations that are happening in the game or in the battle. There were some units that did, and they'd have the blue text box that would indicate that they had something new to talk about the situation. But I don't feel like that's good enough. They might as well have just made that, like, all right, have this conversation in a list, and then that solves that problem. You don't need to walk around and go find them. They're just there. And I wish the Engage Plus system was able to be utilized more. I get why it's so late in the game, but when you're only able to use it like a few times in the game and it's your ultimate skill, it sort of seems like a waste. It really does seem like a waste. Was it required? No. Is it super powerful? Absolutely. But is it worth waiting that long to get it? Probably not. And it's not the only Fire Emblem that suffers from that problem, believe me. There are plenty of Fire Emblem games where they give you the legendary weapon at the very last battle or the very last few battles, and they're like, oh yeah, now you can have some fun. Which, I get it, it's a reward for getting to the end of the game, kind of. But at the same time, why weren't we using it all the time? Why weren't we using it from the fucking get-go? Why weren't we going to get this thing early on? I am glad that they got rid of weapon durability. That was a thing that used to be in the past. That would be why a lot of units would use things like iron or steel weapons even into the late game, because they had high durability, which means high usage. And they did just enough damage to mitigate, using a higher tiered but lower durability weapon. And you saw that durability only applied to stabs, which does make sense. But at some point, what would it even matter if a Restore or an Illuminate staff had durability? Like, straight up. Restore has 20 uses. Illuminate has like 5, but how often was Illuminate even used? And again, we talked about that before, where there were not a lot of maps that would capitalize on less light or using torches in the first place. So, yeah, like, what's the point? All right. Anyway, I've been talking for too long. I know I've been bitching a lot, but like, I do enjoy the game. I do feel like I got my money's worth out of it. And you can definitely sit down and invest a lot of time in this game. And you can min-max as hard as you want. And you can make the superior character and level them up and all that sort of stuff with skirmishes and other things. I just wish that they'd thought through some of this a little bit more, because they already had the data. They already have this information from all these years of making Fire Emblem games. It's not like this is new information. So, fix your shit. Make the Somniel a better place to, like, run around in. That's all I would say. So anyway, you all have a good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We will figure out what we're going to do tomorrow, and we'll go from there. So thank you. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening, morning, whatever time it is for you, and I will see y'all next time. Bye-bye.